Hello everybody, it is Thursday, the 20th of November, and we're back, we're here with another NaNoWriMo live stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you guys had a great day. I hope you had a great yesterday after the stream. I thought I was in a good time today. I wasn't, turns out. I was in really bad time. And then I started doing things that I wasn't supposed, that I didn't need, like updating the banner here with yet another, with yet some more fun fantasy quotes that I can turn into likes and subscribe begging. So that's that. We had a great day yesterday. Great day. Not only did we finish, let me just get my glasses a bit cleaner. Not only did we finish this here book. Yes, we finished page 96. And started a new one. We also got past page 100 of our story, and that was amazing. Okay, there's no music. I just realized, why is there no music? First of all, I should probably put on the right output, and secondly of all, no, that's not it. This one. There's a playlist. Let's go with this one here. Nice and easy. My PC seemed to have a little bit of a hiccup just as I was about to start the stream. So I hope, by God, I hope that I hope that doesn't happen while we're actually streaming. And that was the wrong one. And then we go over here, and I go over here, and actually I press this one. You know what? Why don't we just get started right away, shall we? So let's have a little bit. Vespa, of course, was almost killed yesterday. And I know, it was big, by a panicking horse. And I'm going to write something that I don't really like, but the panicking horse is going to have a knife in his butt. Yeah, I know. The villain is actually, we're trying to build up a villain, you know? A real bastard villain. So, where do we come from? Where do we go? We just start from here. Oh yeah, Lemon started flying yesterday as well. The glue on my master sword has really claimed the closing mechanism. I don't think you can see it. This is supposed to pop up and then it closes, and then you press this button and it flies out. But anyway, yeah. So Lemon flew up and stopped the horse, and it wasn't a moment too soon. With great anger and screeching, and a wingspan and tail feathers spread as wide as it possibly could for such a small bird, Lemon stopped the thunderous gallop of the frightened horse right in front of Vespa. However, while brave little Lemon might have stopped Vespa from being trampled, the panic in the hazel eyes of the brown mare only rose as the yellow ball with wings almost attacked it. Basically attacked it? I don't know. The horse shot up rearing onto its hind legs with a scared and even louder neigh. Using its front legs, the brown mare attempted to fight off whatever the yellow thing with spread wings in front of it was. That's a weird sentence. Vespa still hadn't moved. Between the heroic flight of her yellow friend and the now rearing horse looking even more enormous when you're as small of a girl as she was, Vespa's limbs still would not respond. Not even as the underside of the brown mare turned silhouette as it stood up right in front of her. The horse was beginning to lose its balance, just as Lemon seemed to be getting winded. He gradually lost height again, so he flapped away. Yes, I think it says flap, not flopped. So he flapped away from his adversary to land on the well behind Vespa. The horse took a step back on its hind legs, and it began its own descent back towards the ground. With its muscular front legs, right down towards the frozen Vespa. Just as one of the brown mare's hooves was coming directly for Vespa's head, her left arm finally broke free from the block of ice that her fear had trapped her in. Oops. In a last moment's reflex, Vespa shielded herself from the incoming hoof as it smacked down on her new steel plate gauntlet with the loudest of clanks that the Black River's Keep had heard in a long time. Vespa hardly had any time for more than quickly exclaiming an oof before her arm and new gauntlet recoiled back directly into her face, sending Vespa back with force into the stones of the dead well right behind her. And then the world turned black like the courtyard soil. Dun dun dun. That was the end of chapter 7. No, the end of chapter 8. The water on Vespa's forehead was nice and warm. She could feel the hand slowly moving across her head, which seemed to help a bit with the aching. Now that she realized how much her head hurt, she found herself having trouble even opening her eyes. Vespa's mouth had the same troubles as well. Affair? She asked, lying down with her eyes closed. We want that lying down to go over here. At least she was pretty sure she was lying down. Affair had always taken such good care of her, and to think she had come to Vespa's rescue once again. Vespa couldn't wait to see her again. If only those stupid eyes would open. No. I'm afraid that I am not a fire. A voice differ. There's definitely an again here and an again here that needs to be stopped. A voice different from her older sister. So this is, of course, these are the chapters who has taken her in place. I guess there's going to be a medical wing or something in the temple. I guess it needs to be, right? I mean, it only makes sense to have that. A voice. A voice different, and we're off. Different from her older sisters said. I'm afraid. Well, we just said I'm afraid. So I'm afraid you'll have to do with me. You'll have to do with me. Hey, Cody the writer is here. Welcome back to the stream. Good morning. Gonna be picking up in the middle of chapter 20. Currently sitting at 4,206 words. That is wild. I love that. Middle of chapter 20. Holy moly. How many chapters are you expecting, if you could say so, from your 100,000 word novel? Yeah, I checked out your channel a little bit. Yeah, that's some really cool thing. That's a really cool thing that you've got going on with the other writers, I think. Everyone, go check out Cody the Writer's channel. He's got cool videos, great tips, live streams, and all that jazz. It's really nice. Right here. Actually, let's have a looky. I press here and let's have a look at our chapters overview, because I changed some things up from yesterday. That was one of the things I actually managed to do today. So where are we? We are here now, chapter 9. We're still in the test allies and enemies. We're going to be here for a while, I think. Cody says, I have no idea how many chapters it's going to be. I'm just following the outline through to the end. Okay. You know, when I started this, I thought, so I'm following, because it's my first novel and all, I'm following the hero's journey, like pretty, you know, segment to segment. Some of them are blurring together, but whatever. And there's 12 of them. And I was like, okay, that's 12 chapters. That sounds all right. And then I started writing, and the more I wrote, the more I found out that these segments would cover multiple different chapters. And right now, there's definitely going to be way more than 12. So which, I mean, I think that's good. I think it's great. I was a little bit scared when I started that I wouldn't be able to fill out the 50,000 words of the NaNoWriMo challenge, but now I'm scared I won't be able to contain myself within 70. Cody says, I usually try to break up my outline by scenes and chapters, but by the time I go through my outline chapter 1, I had written 3 chapters. That's great. I mean, it's just such a nice feeling as well, isn't it? Because you sort of realize that, wow, I had so much more that made sense, at least when you made the first draft, that I want to get in there. For example, what I'm about to do in my story right now, I had really, when I made the synopsis here, I had a little bit of trouble with my with this test allies and enemies and what that was supposed to be. And I was like, okay, now test allies and enemies, and then the rest is going to, like, it's just going to be really, really fast. But now, as I'm writing, I think it makes way more sense to have this test allies and enemies and meeting the mentor sort of squished together and have like a chapter for, I mean, that's the plan right now at least, have a chapter for the tests and the allies, and then follow that with a chapter with my mentor, have a test allies and enemies chapter, follow it by a chapter with the mentor, and so on and so forth, like 3 times or something. A little bit like they did in The Witcher, the first book with the short stories, where every second short story is Geralt in the what's it called? I don't remember, the temple where he's being healed. Cody says, I'm a hardcore planner, but I always find that I discover so much more during the actual writing of the first draft. Yeah, exactly. I am the same, as you could probably see here from this chapter's overview, where I've tried to put into main plot and subplot and what needs to be introduced and when and so on. So yeah, I've also discovered that I am a pretty hardcore planner. So that's nice. Anyway, our chapter 9 here, we're going to be introduced to some records of the temple, and we're going to be introduced to a poison that killed. Let's see, I'm actually not sure if I wanted the horse to die, but this is Sire Brendan's horse, of course. But it sort of makes sense, because there is a poison that needs to be made at some point in order to be used in the climax by the bad guys, by the villain. So I want that poison to be introduced here. And it makes sense if the villain who made it and tested it on Riptide, the horse, that they made it way too strong, right? And this is like, oh, okay, they don't need to die, they just need to be sedated. And he accidentally killed the horse. So that's what's going to be introduced here, that poison. And a little bit of, where I'm missing ingredients, so I need to come up with some ingredients at some point. But yeah, Vesper wakes up in the temple. Chapter, Bragi, and Peter's quarters. Maybe in the medicine wing, healing wing, whatever. They talk about what happened in the courtyard with the horse, Riptide being poisoned, and that the temple has missing its ingredients from the stores. Vesper decides not to try and convince the chapters of that Sire Brendan is a bad dude. And then she instead goes over into the subplot of asking why is the Son of the Evening title changed from Sun to Sun. That only makes sense when you read it. And that they don't know about it. High Chapter walks by, he awaits the question, and then Chapter Bragi promises to investigate. So it's not going to be a high tension chapter, but I feel like this is some background lore, interesting things are gonna go on. Cody says, the second my characters start taking a life of their own, they start challenging the outline. Love a poison plot. Secret betrayals are always fun. Yeah! A good poison plot. It's a good thing to know that I am heading in the right direction, at least for some people. But yeah, I keep making up stuff. Like yesterday when Vesper got the gauntlet, the plate gauntlet, which was the first piece of armor. That was something I came up with a couple of days before that, and I just thought it could be a really cool, little thing that she walks around with an armor on her that's basically as big as her arm. And yeah, I also had a different outline. I keep changing things up in my chapter overview document here, my sheet here. Just as I find out, oh, this could be cool. Why don't I do this? This could be cool. Why don't we do this? I just had a secret betrayal on my own, leading to his death in the last chapter. So now the only person that know about it is the commander and the man he killed. Nice. Very cool. But I'm about to go into a fun investigation scene where my character works to find answers before the second trial starts. Nice. That's a pretty heavy novel that you're writing there. I guess if you intend to have it about 100,000 words, then it is going to be pretty heavy with lots of stuff going on. That's the fantasy novel that you're writing, right? Sounds awesome. Secret betrayals everywhere. I talked about this in my prep for this book. So I had a plan for my trilogy that this should be... the plan for the first book was pretty clear where I wanted it to go. It should just be inside the walls of this keep, and our main character Vespa is trying to avert a plot to kill the leaders of the paladins that live there. Pretty simple. Then I had no idea where I wanted the second book to go, and the third book should be, in my original plan, was to be the second book was to be in like the keep and the town around it, so we kept expanding the where it takes place, right? But I had no idea what I wanted it to be about. And then the third one was to be like this huge battle between good and evil, light and shadow, in the country, the whole country that we're in. And then as I've been writing, I've sort of pivoted that. Still the keep, the town, the country, because I think that makes a whole lot of sense to have, like in the trilogy, it fits nice and snugly. But stuff that I wanted for the third book, I think is going to happen and be the main plot in the second book, and then the third one is going to be, okay, this evil has actually spread from the second book and not just being released in the third book. So it's going to be released in the second, and then wow, the big battle still happens in the third one. Cody says, I've shifted my goal slightly down to 75k. I'm usually an underwriter on the first draft. Okay, I totally get that. There was supposed to be one book, but has somehow grown into a 4-book series. Always happens when I write fantasy. It's just because you got so much you want to tell, right? That's awesome, though. Sounds really cool. Okay, I feel like I've spent enough time talking about my own shit. I'm also always amazed by, for some reason, I keep writing more than I think. My short stories, I was like, okay, the first one, 20 something pages, that's alright. Second one, 30 something pages, okay. You know, probably one of the longer ones. The third one is not going to be long, 40 pages. Okay, what happened there? That's going to be the first, the longest one for sure. And then the fourth one, I'm at page 39 and I'm still not at the end, basically. So I tend to be an overwriter. Okay, so Vespa is going to open her eyes here. Vespa, come on. What happened to my... Hello, Ink? Hello, Ink, could you please... Okay, I think it's back. Vespa had to really try when opening her eyes. When opening her eyes. Whoops. And when she finally managed to do that, finally is really becoming a crutch word. Crutch. There's gotta be a better way to say finally. And when she finally managed to do that, managed used to be one of my crutch words. In Danger, the first version, I wrote managed all the time. he couldn't quite recognize. Oh, the king, not the king, the kind. The kind. Kind lapis. 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 Or the... Oh my god. Could I please just write one word without messing it up? The kind lapis ice or the... he had greasy, long, greasy, long gray hair and beard. Long gray hair and beard. That was quite the hit. Oh. That was quite the hit you took there. Took there. Chapter Peter said. Chapter Peter. Let's go and all the wrinkles. I want him to be old. All the wrinkles behind. Oops. Yeah, I want. So in Calamity, where we first meet Chapter Peter and Tuvehan, like this is going to be taking place in my head at least like 30-40 years after that. Maybe that's too much. 20-30 years. And Chapter Peter, who had already greasy long gray hair at that point, he should be pretty old by now. You know, wrinkles. That's a pretty safe, standard way of saying someone's old. As he slowly... Wow, the music does not fit with the tension right now. There is none. Quite the hit you took there, Chapter Peter said, as he slowly but steadily. Why am I... It must be my glasses. My glasses are making me not able to write. That's gotta be it. As it slowly but steadily. much more steadily than one would think from a guy his age. One would think from a guy his age. From a guy his age. So he ran, slowly but steadily ran his blessed water-covered hand back and forth, actually, back and forth across Vespa's forehead. Oh, Vespa's forehead. At least we're very, very close to day 22 marker. That's good. If I was your size, I wouldn't have picked a fight. With a horse. That's for sure. Cody asks, curious, is there a reason you write by hand? I only ask because I also can barely write 2 words without having to scratch something out. Also would love to know what pen you're using. It actually started with a writing tip from an author whose name I don't know if I should mention, because let's just say he had a Netflix show and stuff came out about him that wasn't good. Very, very, very not good. Accusations that were true and terrible. But he said that he used to write, he wrote in hand because it made him think about the words more than writing it on a computer digital version first. And honestly, I found that to be true, and it doesn't really slow one down, I feel like. But I've also found that just having something physical as you progress is like, that's a huge motivating factor to me. Having the book that we ended yesterday, like just flipping through the pages here and seeing that all of them have something written on them, that feels amazing to me. And like, I can put that into my bookshelf and be like, that's my book, even though it's not printed, right? So that's a huge benefit. And I also know from studies that you actually remember things better when you write them by hand, because the act of doing the letters, like maybe you don't think about writing an A, for example, or B or whatever letter, but just the act of doing it makes you remember them better than pressing a button and the letter comes up on a screen. So that's another benefit. Thirdly, a third benefit that I found, yes, there's actually, I think there's a lot of benefits to it, even though it is tedious. When I'm digitizing my stuff, I'm already doing the first edit, the first revision. And sure, it's a lot of double work basically, but I don't know, I found it really, really useful to just write it down and then come back a little later and digitizing it from analog to digital, and just right from there I just notice all the different things I could have done instead, right? And then I usually edit them right away. And so, you know, you're already doing your second draft when you're digitizing. So that works great. This pen here is a Lamy pen. Lamy? I don't know how you pronounce that. It's German, so I'm gonna say Lamy. I don't remember what type it is, but it's one of the cheaper ones. I just needed a cheap one to get started. But it's one where you get these little ink cartridges that you have to buy next beside it, of course, but it works really well. And I'm not afraid that I'll break it or lose it or something, because it is quite cheap. So that's that. Cody asks, I've been doing daily journals by hand throughout the process of this challenge. I've enjoyed connecting with writing by hand again, so I was curious to hear the thought. Yeah, that's a big thing, isn't it? Like, it feels quite nice when you do it. Like, I make fun that my handwriting sucks and it keeps getting worse, and there's always a new letter that I somehow forget to write. But especially when I did cursive, or started doing a lot of cursive, I thought that was insanely fun, actually. And I could definitely see my cursive getting better and better as I progressed in the story. So, you know, there's some skill to it that you relearn. But I gotta say, the having something physical aspect, that is a great motivator. It feels so good, especially when there's no more pages in the books. That's just an amazing feeling. Like, that's really an accomplishment, you feel like. So I can only recommend trying it. And it's not too bad with the... I have people ask me about my wrist. And honestly, I've been streaming live 6 to 8 hours every day, 5 to 8 hours every day here in November. Almost every day. And the worst part has been my neck, because I'm sitting like this, right? So... But I'm sure there are much better, more expensive fountain pens out there. But yeah, like I said, I just needed something cheap and that could get me started right away and not worry about it. Because when I started, I had the dream of writing, but you know, I wasn't sure that it was something I would keep doing. That was a couple of years ago. So even though I was looking at much more expensive fountain pens, I was like, okay, maybe it should just be something cheap so I can start and not worry about things. Not the not worrying about things, that aspect I'm really bad at. Trying to get better. Range 4, the cross versus forehead. Well, I'm glad you kept going, said Cody. Starting up. Starting is always the hardest part. Yeah, exactly. But once you're going, that is just so good, isn't it? I've gamified myself in that I have a habit tracker. I don't know if you can see it, where I track I have to write at least 15 minutes every day, because that's just to get going, and usually, you know, usually I can do more than 15 minutes, but just 15 minutes every day, I can always do that. And my streak now is 724 days. And especially here in November, of course, it's been great. Already over 100 hours. That's an outlier, of course, because of the challenge. So that's a motivating factor in itself. A way of doing things that I feel works really well. Worked for me, at least. Apparently, I need to gamify my life, or I don't get stuff done. Okay, he removed his hand as the water had disappeared from it. Disappeared. Vespa sat up. Still a little confused about everything. But at least the headache was mostly gone. Cody says, I gamify everything as well. Completing a mission sounds better than doing chores. Oh, 100%. 100%. And just when you finally have the streak going, you're like, I can't lose the streak right now. I have to do it, right? I have to take out the trash every day. Oh, no, not every day. Every day for a month now. Or I'll lose my streak. But I mean, it works. If it works, it works, right? How are you feeling? Peter asked. I use trackbar, and the streak function has kept me going during this challenge. I also have a trackbar account. I use Habit now on my phone because, I don't know, I paid for it and it works pretty well. And then I have a trackbar where I record my progress versus one of my friends who is always ahead of me. That son of a gun. But it really does work wonders. And like you said, oftentimes it's just the getting started part that's difficult. And then you sort of just keep going once you've started it. That's my idea, at least, with the 15 minutes every day. I'm not saying that I haven't had long periods of time where I've only done 15 minutes, because that was the bare minimum. But like right before November here, I had such a period for a couple of months, I think, when I wasn't live streaming. But yeah, in general, I feel like, oh, okay, I might as well do half an hour. I might as well do an hour, and suddenly an hour becomes 2 hours or something. It also helps when you don't have anything going on, anything else going on in your life. Blinking a few times to try and get everything into focus. Get things into focus. Into focus. That's a C. Everyone can see that. Vespa. I better go here. Vespa was still unsure where she was, even after looking around. Even after looking around. It wasn't her and Afia's room. It definitely wasn't her own and Afia's room. That sounds weird, doesn't it? Sounds weird. Go, future Thomas. Her own and Afia's room. The stones on the walls and floor didn't seem to match. They were both bigger. Hey, that was page 101. Let's go. We're both bigger. Moving on to 102. Both bigger and I need a word instead of polish. Polish. More smooth. And even looked to be placed with more care, and even looked to be placed the cackling, knitrende, the crackling. Oh, I didn't see that. The crackle, the crackling. Fires and fireplace was also on the wrong side. And the narrow windows looked like those of the temple. Looked like those on the of the temple. Yes. Look like those of the temple. That's an N, not an H. Thank you very much. And she seemed to be lying in an actual bed. Seemed to be lying in an actual bed. With hay as the bedding. Wrong place to place a comma. With hay as bedding. Instead of her cot. You. How did I manage to hit that? Looks to be alright. Instead of a usual cut. Where am I? Where am I? Big I, capitalized. in the temple. In me and Jabita Bragis. Bragis is quarter. Jabita Peter said, oops, Jabita Peter answered. He was kind enough to let you stay here. Oop. Until you got better. So I guess I did take the decision inadvertently that this wasn't a medical wing. This was just their quarters. Taking a look around. Best I could clearly see. The distinct difference, if that's how we say it. The distinct difference in the two sides of the room. Semicolon. Everybody loves a good semicolon. A side in which she had awoken, in which she had woken up. Let's not have it any more difficult than it has to be written. She had woken up and was simple, hardly anything other than bed, a table and chair, and a wardrobe. All looking to be made of the same wood. All to be made of the same plain wood. On the table behind Chapter Peter, a couple of scrolls. Laid. One open, kept open. By a candlelight holder, and a small book. Let's not have a small book and a ink pot. Oh wow, that's not at all, but that was inkwell ink pot. Yeah. And a small ink pot with a black and white feather. Black and white feathers sticking out. On the other side, I guess this should probably be a new paragraph. On the other side, of the room, a mess of books seem to be everywhere. Oh, of books seemed to be everywhere. Oops. On the bed, stacks on the table, and chair, on on top of the wardrobe. Even on the floor where the bigger stacks seem to live. Where the bigger stacks seemed to live. Open small book. That's probably be swapped around. An open small book. Was placed on that side of the fireplace's mantle. Fireplace's mantle as well. Why am I in here? Why am I here? What happened? Vespa asked, trying to jog her own memory. Her own memory. I think that was one page for the day. Awesome, one page done. Almost one page done and 4 to go. She had no idea where in the temple this was. Where in the temple. Chabita Bragi. And Peter lived. In fact, she'd never given it much thought. In fact, she had never given it much thought. Mm-hmm. More tea. More tea. You know, I'm quite happy with how we started this chapter. It seems to be going really fairly swiftly with these descriptions. Usually it's the dialogue that goes fast. But this time around, oh, that looks pretty good. So, what do we write here? Well, Peter started to explain I was preparing for the evening teachings. I don't actually know if that should be in capitalized. When I heard panicking, what sounded like panicking horses, what sounded like panicking horses. From the courtyard. And I decided to see what was going on. Decided to see what was going on. And good thing I did, and good thing that I did. Because I was just in time two. Oops. We did say his smile over here, didn't we? No, we didn't smile over there. Okay, probably should smile over there. see you get kicked. I don't know. Is it a kick from the horse when it's the front hooves? Word. By that new brown mare that was just brought in. This is mostly just to avoid giving the mare a name. Just brought in yesterday. I don't. We should probably mention that. People are going to mention. What happens the day before? Vespa is just Vespa is just in her room, right? Recovering? I think so. Yeah, I think so. So we could mention that. Actually, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It should be and smiled here. I don't know, I feel like I'm sort of repeating myself, but I don't think I am. Just brought in yesterday. Look at how close we are to finishing page 102. Okay. New brown mare, that was just brought in yesterday. And good thing I did. And good thing I did. Be a quiz. Because that was a, I don't want to say nasty. I want to say something that means the same as nasty. Unpleasant is pretty unclean, lousy, soiled, dirty, foul, smutty, spoutful, blah blah, awful, awful. That was an unpleasant that's with an A here. Hit you took to the well. I don't know. Okay, it's funny how I just said things are going really well, isn't it? And now I'm just blanking. Beautiful, beautiful. You may even have made a sizable dent. You don't say dent, do you, when it's stones? Word. Sizable dent in stones. Hehe. The chappy that chuckles. Then he got rather serious. He got rather serious. Now why did you? Now why did you have that fight? With the horse? That seems very unlike you. Seems very unlike you. Who usually loves animals. Animals so much. A sudden realization dawned on Vesper. Realization dawned on Vesper. Where's Lemon? She shouted. While sitting while getting all the way. All the way. Oh. All the way up. While getting all the way up. To sit in a straight position in the bed. That sounds weird, but we're going to say it. To sit in a straight position in the bed. Weird. Best comment. Best comment. And then future Thomas can just be like, what the hell is weird about this? And we can be like, you better figure it out, dude, because it's weird. With a fearful look on her face. And just at that point, as if he had waited for her to say his name, for Vespa to say, yay, page 102 is done. We move on to page 103. Oh, 103. Here we are. Let's try to dry it a little bit. To say his name. To say his name. That's an A. Everyone can see that's an A. Lemon flew to her with from the mantle. From where? I mean, she's already looked at the mantle and she didn't see lemon. Does that make a whole lot of sense? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. From the fireplace mantle. Using the same ungraceful flight. Same ungraceful. He had exhibited. Yeah, let's do it. Exhibited. When defending Vespa from the panicking horse. from the panicking horse. Vespa got her hand up just in time for him to land. Her hand up in front of her. Just in time. For him to land. Though he still flapped her in the face a little bit. Face a little bit. Jamie is in the chat. Hello, Jamie. Vespa got her handlebars up. No, Jamie! Stop teasing me! Stop teasing me and my naming of my characters. Ooh! Why do you do this to me? It's hands, Jamie. Damn you! Making Vespa contract her face. I don't know if that's the right word. Oh, don't worry. Chapter Peter explained. Chapter Peter explained. He has refused to leave your side. Refuse to leave your side. Wait, how did I hit this one? It just annoys me when it's not lined up properly. I think that's better. When we tried keeping him out, he wouldn't stop screaming. And fighting Chapiter Bragi. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chapiter Bragi. So we had to give in. There was another smile. Behind the greasy grey beard. The greasy grey beard. This one looking like it didn't mind losing that battle. Mind losing that particular but it seemed like the right decision. Decision given how he was quiet in here, given how he was all quiet in here. Given how he was all quiet in here until now. That was something Citron did as well. Whenever I left the room and she was in her cage, she would scream bloody murder until I either came back or took her with me. And then in the later years, when after I had realized that she could be out pretty much all the time when I lived on my own, as soon as I left the room, she would wake up, scream, and fly towards me and land on one of my shoulders or my head or my hoodie, just to make sure she was with me at all times. Lemon was something. He was being extremely talkative. Yeah, let's say that lowers being extremely talkative. You know what I just realized? It's actually a good thing I read that what I just realized, but so Vespa is tiny, right? She is 60 centimeters tall, which is like this tall, something like this tall. And I have her fall down from tall places at least 3 times in this story. Which I know, you know, I was seeing one of Jed Hearn, another authortuber that you should definitely check out. I was seeing one of his shorts where he talks about conflict and what you can do setting up conflict for your protagonist. So like he uses Ned Stark from Game of Thrones, but like you have an honorable warrior military leader who's a great leader and his men loves him. If you set up the conflict with another military leader similar, like that could work, but it's more interesting to set him up against someone who's not military but politician, who's sly, like Cersei is in Game of Thrones. And of course then he dies. But I just thought it was an unintended funny conflict that I am going to keep putting Vespa through in this book. Like she's tiny, but she's going to fall down from tall places multiple times, from high places multiple times. I don't know, that just hit me. This is a bit of a weird one, but funny one, I think. I was being extremely talkative. Sitting with his beak touching Vespa's nose. And happily chirping. Chirping away. Vespa, though still a little. Do we have another word for groggy? I guess we could use the word groggy, but I don't know. Hazy? Hazy is pretty good. Dazed. Yeah, dazed is good. Still a little dazed. That was not a set. Dazed. No, still a little dazed. Couldn't help but smile and laugh at the affectionate. That's not an F. It's an F now. Affectionate. Affectionate little bird. Well, 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 if it isn't little and little in the same sentence. If she moved her hand away, moved, move, no, there's not two O's in moved. Moved. There should be. Moved. If she moved her hand, hand away. Just a little. Oh my god. Just a bit. Lemon would start. Screaming as he clearly wasn't done telling her everything. Wasn't done telling her everything he had to say. Telling her everything that he had to say. He had to say. Cody the writer saying, I'm really enjoying the whimsy of this second trial. I just spent 200 words describing this strange house in the middle of an autumn forest. Nice. So how are your... I'm guessing there's a first trial as well. What's the story set up with the trials? And what's the strange house doing in the middle of it? As a focus point of the trial. If you don't mind me asking. So Vespa kept him where he was. So Vespa kept him where he was. Lemon, you can fly. She said with a laugh. With a laugh, trying to get words out. Trying to get words out. Between his chirps. Between his chirps. That's not chirps and tweets. Tweets and whistles. And whistles. Cody says, so to make a long story short, my world is run by magic crystals that allow its inhabitant to access magic from the gods. Ooh, that sounds cool. I love a good story with multiple gods and crystals, even. The story starts on the island of Fracture, part of the land shattered during the Great War, started by the gods who betrayed his creator, right? Because the island is no longer connected to the mainland, the inhabitants of the islands have no access to magic. When their islands begin disappearing... Oh, you talked about that in one of your videos, yeah. They set off on a quest to the mainland to seek aid from the king. But the only... okay. Sorry I made you explain all of this in the 144 characters or whatever you can do in a YouTube comment. Only way to re-enter the mainland is by going through the 3 trials. Ah, like that. Set in place as a protection before the gods were laid to rest. Oh, okay. I thought it was... that might just be because I'm Danish, but when you said trial, the second trial, I was thinking of an actual, trial with judges and witnesses and lawyers, which I thought was actually quite funny in a fantasy setting. But that makes way more sense to have a trial like a quest or mission, that puzzle that you have to solve. Okay. No, but that sounds cool. Yeah, I like that. Because you also have a very good imminent conflict, or like inlaid conflict of their island disappearing, so they have to get away from it, right? So you have this sort of time emergency just naturally through the story as a natural tension, and that they have to get the trials done or their island disappears. The second trial is inspired by The Witch's Road in Agatha All Along. The trial itself inspired by the story of Eurydice, because it tempts you to look at the thing you want the most. Oof. Nice. Nice, a little bit of good use of classical literature. I'll be honest, I haven't read Agatha All Along. I think I know Eurydice. But if you look at it, Cody says it will lure you to step forwards and fall to your death. Yes. Nice. That sounds very cool, very awesome. And trials like that are also a very, very good tension creators. I think. So you have some very, very natural tension in your chapters, right? Because you have to do the trial, and if you fail, dead. D-E-D, dead. That's cool. I love it. And what's even cooler is you're having a great time writing it. Because if you're having a great time, the book is most likely going to be really, really good, I think. The first one was based on a fake board game that I made for this world called Island Asunder. Oh, cool. A game of chance where if you choose the wrong island, you sink below the sands. Sweet. So how far have you gone into that board game? Is it like George R. R. Martin in his A Song of Ice and Fire universe, where you have the oh, it's chess, but it's not chess, and then he doesn't actually have the rules down, so I think there are a couple of times in the story where he ends up contradicting himself because he doesn't have the actual rules down. It's a little bit funny. Oh, I'm having a blast. That's wonderful. Not only Not only can he fly, Peter said, attempting to get a word in. Attempting to get a word in. It's basically like Four Corners meets Squid Games, but with magical elements. Sweet. I love that idea. I love everything you wrote down there. That sounds very, very nice, very cool. And very natural, like the elements seem to work together really well, just from that small description. It annoys me. What's that? What is that board game called in Board Game in A Song of Ice and Fire? No, not the actual board game in real life. Board game played in Sivas. Yeah, that's right. I don't know why that was just bothering me that I couldn't remember it. He can attack anyone who seems to get in the way of you. To get in the way of him being with you, near you. And he's relentless at that. He's relentless at that. So yeah, I kind of like that. We have that established now. Because like that lemon is aggressive if he feels someone is threatening Vespa. Because somewhere around here, the ordeal, the reward, the road back, he is going where they actually meet the villain. He is going to defend Vespa and get hurt. And it just makes sense that we establish now that he could be quite aggressive. Cody says, alright, gotta do my actual job now. Thanks for the stream. I'll most likely be back tomorrow if you're streaming. Thank you, dude, so much for dropping by and talking about your stuff in chat. That was wonderful. And yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow, same time, 5 p.m. CET. So hopefully you'll find some time to join me. I would love that. And have a great day and good luck with your job and your actual book writing, which is much more important than the job, of course. Okay. Well, actually, it looks like we caught up to the pace, even though we were quite a lot behind. But this has been going so well so far. That is awesome. And he's relentless at that. Vespa gave him a kiss. a kiss on the beak. Gave lemon. Kiss on his orange beak. We should probably mention his sears here. I don't know why I commented that we can just add it. Where's my eraser? I don't want to use the eraser on the top, on the back of the pen. This is much easier. On the sear, on his orange, and it's brown. Leathery nostrils. So this is brown leathery nostrils, the sear. Let me just show you guys a little bit about budgies. The sear is that thing here. The nostrils here. I don't know if leathery is the right word though, but I don't want to look it up right now. The thing about this is when budgies have matured, the brown one is female. The blue ones, the blue/purple ones, are male. And now the observant reader here, of course, have gotten their first hint that Lemon is actually a girl and not a boy. It's not going to be a big plot point, but it was something that happened to me. I thought Citron. Let's have her up. I thought, nope, not playlist. I thought Citron was a boy for 6 years, I think it was, and she lived to be 14. I guess, as you can see, her sear here is more white than it is brown. It's more brown here, I think. That was just because of age, and then it went more brown when she was in breeding mode. I guess you could say. A little bit of budgie knowledge for you there. But for now, because Vespa thinks it's a boy, we're going to keep calling him a boy. Her a boy. To which he responded with even more chirps, and cute little bites, and gentle bites on her nose. Ow. Ow, no, Lemon. No, Lemon, don't bite me. That can actually hurt quite a bit, even though it's such a small bird. She laughed. yeah. I don't know if you noticed. Oops. I don't know if you noticed, but that beak there is actually quite sharp. So that beak there. Look at that. Look at that killer beak. So yeah, that can hurt quite a bit, just saying from experience. She used to nibble at my nose as well. And I think I already told you that sometimes she would pick out a nose hair and just pull. That hurt like hell. Other times she would actually chomp down on my nostrils, and that also hurt like hell. Oops, I keep hitting this today. So yeah, birds are fun. Okay, so we need Peter to intervene, I guess you could say. Intervene and say like and once again ask her, not intervene, but once again ask her, hey, why did you fight a horse? Yes, why did you fight a horse? How did you, but seriously. But please tell me. How did you ask the last time? Now, why did you have that fight with the horse? Maybe he says this is much more. This is much more what I expected. Would expect what I would expect from you and animals. Chapter Peter said, noticed he mentioned, expressed, I think. Peter expressed his tone quite serious again. His tone quite serious. So why did you attack the horse? Attack the horse. Vesperu. I don't know if he should also using Vespa or he should use Vesperu like the chapter does. It sort of makes sense for the chapter to, doesn't it? Wouldn't it? I think so. Lemon started screaming. And flapping his wings. I guess extending his wings. Extending his wings. As Vespa unintentionally, and without thought, unintentionally. Unintentionally, intentionally. What? Unintentionally. Inadvertently. Ooh. So let's go with inadvertently. That's a good word. Inadvertently. With a T. Lowered her hand. Her arm. And looked all confused at the chapter. Like a chapter. I didn't attack anyone. I didn't attack. She said, okay, I have a word here that I don't know how to say in English. Mollers. Speechless, dumbfounded. Yeah, we can use that. All dumbfounded. She said all dumbfounded. Oh. I don't know if that's too much. Is that too much? Oh, look at how close we are to finishing page 103 already. Damn, today is going crazily good. Crazily good. Especially because since we like had only written down to here or something, down to here after the first half hour of the stream, because I had just been talking so much about things not being written down. Shit, all dumbfounded. Then it wasn't you who put that knife in the brown mare's rump. In the rump of the brown mare. Oh, it feels terrible even writing that someone would put a knife into the behind of the horse, or just in general into a horse. But this might be Could that knife be what Vesper delivered in the crate all the way in the beginning, all the way in chapter 1 and 2? The one that right now is Warhammers, because I don't feel like Warhammers make a whole lot of sense. If it's a dagger though, it could be like a ceremonial dagger then, that the squires are given as they are sent to the paladins, to knighthood of paladin. Because then she would be all like oh, that makes sense that it's Sire Brendan who is the bad guy, right? Because the delivery of the knives was for him. But I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of sense in the context of the paladins and water magic. Crate chapter 1. Yeah. Peter. Peter asked in a tone of voice, that sounded more relieved, that sounded more and more. As the question went out, as the question progressed. I don't know, that's a weird sentence. Weird. As the question was said. Poor thing. No wonder it was so distressed. No wonder it was so distressed. As we tried to calm it down. Vesper's stomach, tummy. Tummy. Tommy turned as the chapter. I guess we're missing chapter here, title. as the chapter described, explain what he meant. Describe, explain this better. Explain what he was saying. She couldn't believe that someone would do such a thing. Yay, and that was page 103. Let's go. Do such a thing. Page 104. Coming right up. Oops. Yes. Such a thing. To that poor animal. Well, we just used poor twice. Repeat. And I was about to say that I just I was about to write no wonder. We're gonna say suddenly. Vespa understood its panic. Understood its panic. A knife. I would never hurt an animal like that. Lemon had, I guess we should say she said. Vesper proclaimed, and we're gonna put that in a comment and say word. I don't know if that's the right word, but whatever. Vesper proclaimed, never heard an animal like that. Vesper proclaimed. Hey, Sarah Norval is here in the chat. Welcome to the stream and the chat. Page 103, she says, let's go indeed. It's so good to have you here. It's great. It's going so well today, Sarah. Amazingly well. Like, I'm just writing. Even though I've been talking a lot about and not writing, we're still at pace, at our usual pace. Even in spite of that, we're at our usual pace, which is a great feeling. You're in the flow. I damn right am. And I'm going to break that in 5 minutes with my dinner break. We can pick it up afterwards, no problem. I never heard an animal like that, Vesper proclaimed. Lemon having finally admitted defeat. Finally admitted defeat. In his quest for cuddling. Let's go with cuddling, but I'm not sure it's the right word. Cuddling. Cuddling her face. That's an A, everyone can see that. And word. Flew. I don't want to say ungracefully again, but just gonna say flew on to her crimson, to Vespa's crimson top instead. Vespa's crimson top instead. That is so good to hear. Chavita Peter. Look to believe Vespa immediately. Believe Vespa immediately. Without her having to make any arguments. Without her having to make any argument. And with that, I'm going to take my break now. So if we just go here, Calamity Part 3 out of 3 is coming up, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. All right. Turn the music off, and see you soon, guys. Overwhelmed by Tuvahan's explosion, Huahun tried to find something to say as her spouse caught his breath. You actually really believe? Huahun was interrupted mid-sentence by a loud knocking. They both stood in silence, looking at the heavy oaken door in the ornamented stone arch of the outer wall. Tuvahan turned towards Huahun as another 3 knocks came from the door. However, this time it was his look to be met with a pair of begging, misty eyes, telling him not to open or say anything. Closing his own eyes, Tuvahan took a deep breath and turned to the still closed door. Come in. Huahun was the one to close her eyes now, resulting in a couple of tears running down her rounded cheeks as she heard her husband invite whoever was on the other side of the door into their home. The door opened with a heavy creak, and in entered a tall, pale human with long, slightly greasy grey hair and a full beard to follow. He had to bow quite a lot in order to fit through the oaken door made for dwarven heights. "Havenum vidaet," the human exclaimed with big, joyous lapis eyes and widespread arms. No one answered immediately. It took a little while for anyone to break the silence. "Videum a colineus et," Tuvahan finally said in return. "It means..." He stopped himself as he again looked to Huahun, her head shaking ever so slightly with pressed lips and wet, disappointed eyes. The human, quickly sensing the tension of the room, cleared his throat before also turning to Huorhun. My name Peter. Chapter Peter. And I from 5 Pillar Teachings Company. Come. The introduction from the human was indeed in broken Dwarvish, but was nonetheless understandable, and followed by an extended hand, a traditional human greeting. Their way of saying hello to each other was one of the few things that Huorhun knew about the outsiders. You Huorhun? Peter asked. Huorhun didn't meet his greeting and only managed to scoff at the question while giving Peter the same look Tuvehan had received. I see. There was a genuine sadness in Peter's voice as he retracted his arm and his greeting. I guess her not with us coming? As broken as Peter's Dwarvish was, Huorhun couldn't help but be a little impressed by his abilities, even in her current state. After all, the humans had only arrived at Shinar Kien 3 or 4 months ago. Ready, you? Peter asked Tuvehan. I am, just about. Kneeling down, Tuvehan closed and secured the lid of the travel chest, thus confirming what he had just said. He didn't look at Huorhun until he stood up. Tuvehan's own eyes were teary as well. Over by the fireplace, Tuvehan's glance was met by still more watery eyes, pleading him not to ask what they both knew he was about to. The tears once again started to run down Huorhun's rounded features as she silently mouthed the words, please and don't. This was the moment that Tuvehan had been most afraid of ever since he had decided to leave Shinar Kien with the Chapitas and their entourage. He was almost certain that he knew the answer to the unavoidable question coming up. Fighting to hold back his own tears, he forced a somber smile. Are you coming or not? Tuvehan's voice was trembling like never before. Who? Huorhun found that no words were able to slip through her lips. She could have known for years that this question would come, and she would still not have been ready for it. How could she? This wasn't the way their life together was supposed to end. But when her love asked that fateful question, the words were written on their last page. As much as Huorhun loved the man in front of her, and as much as a part of her wanted to go with him, she simply could not. No, she finally gained the composure to say, holding her tears for a moment. I can't follow you. Not like this. I know, Tuvehan answered with a voice barely more than a whisper. In an effort to hide his snivel and the tears that had started to flood down his square face and into his ever so comely dark brown beard, Tuvehan quickly turned to his belongings ready for travel. Okay, he said to Peter, who had been wordlessly waiting and whose eyes had also started to water. Shall we? Tuvehan wiped his large boxy nose on his green linen shirt sleeve, grabbed his toolbox with one hand and one of the leather straps of his travel chest with the other. As Peter grabbed a hold of the matching strap on the opposite side, they lifted the chest up and started making their way towards the door. Don't go, Huorhun heard herself say. Much to everyone's surprise, but mostly Peter, who suddenly found himself holding the travel chest alone, Tuvehan almost threw the items in his hands to the floor and ran to Huorhun on his stout dwarven legs. It resulted in large thunks and clanging of blacksmithing tools as he flew out of the toolbox and scattered across the stone floor. But Tuvehan could not care less. When he reached his love, Tuvehan seized her in a strong embrace. He couldn't stop sobbing as he held her as tight as he ever had. Feeling Tuvehan's strong arms around her, as well as the dampness of his tears as he pressed his face and beard against her neck and collarbone, Huorhun closed her eyes and laid her own arms tightly around him in return. The sobbing of Tuvehan slowly turned to a deep, melodious humming, and for a breath or two, Huorhun felt a touch of serenity. The warmth of holding each other in their arms, together with the harmonic sounds of Tuvehan's humming, almost made Huorhun feel as if everything was going to be all right after all. However, the peaceful respite soon turned to dread as Tuvehan's humming turned to song. When she recognized the old dwarven ballad of farewell, the weight of what was happening came rushing back, and so did the tears to Huorhun's now wide-open eyes. Tuvehan gently pushed himself away just a little. As he clutched Huorhun's hands in his own, his hazel eyes looked at her with a sadness she never knew they could, while continuing to sing.
And should our paths nay cross anew, before the giants must awaken, learn that in my heart so waited, your spirit's place was ne'er taken. Tuvehan's deep voice wasn't trembling anymore when he tenderly moved Huorhun's elusive locks of fiery red hair away from her face and behind her beautiful ears. And as he finished the song, his floods had turned back into single tears. Bowing his head, Tuvehan broke the mournful gaze that he and Huorhun had locked each other in. "I'm sorry," was all he whispered. As Huorhun stood speechless in front of her beloved, Tuvehan got up on tiptoes to kiss a single droplet away from her cheek. He squeezed her hands one more time before turning around and walking back to his new companion. Peter had gathered all of the blacksmithing tools and was struggling to give the toolbox back to Tuvehan with both his hands. Defeated, Huorhun watched them both pick up the travel chest once again and walk to the heavy oaken door. "Leit haven som viatium ad," Peter said as he turned to Huorhun and bowed as deep as he could with one hand still holding the chest before exiting the monarch weaver household. At first, Tuvehan walked out the door without as much as peeking in Huorhun's direction. Huorhun only managed to let out a small whimper in response to that. Not a moment after, though, 2 measured thunks and a bit of clanging could be heard from the cobbled streets outside the house. "I forgot this," Tuvehan said as he re-entered the doorway with half his body and reached for the grey woolen travel cloak on the wall. "And also, I forgot to say goodbye, Huhu." Their eyes met a final time as Tuvehan said goodbye. There was no water left in any of them, neither the ruby nor the hazel ones. Huorhun was slowly moving her head from side to side as their looks lingered. "I am sorry," Tuvehan whispered once again. He took a last deep breath and left Huorhun standing by the fireplace as he closed the door behind him. Alone, abandoned, Huorhun was looking at the doorway and couldn't actually believe that Tuvehan had walked out the door just like that. But she also couldn't deny the overwhelming emptiness that came creeping in. Huorhun didn't know how long she had been standing there by the fireside, but she suddenly realized that she was holding something in her hands. Still folded in front of her chest, Tuvehan must have handed her something just after they had embraced, but before he left her. Looking down, Huorhun opened her hands to see the brooch of twigs and leaves that she had made for her best friend on top of the guard tower so long ago. The brooch which Tuvehan swore upon, promising to always be near her and that they would one day travel the world together. The brooch which never left the garments of her love. Except not anymore. Now the brooch was resting in Huorhun's hands and not pinned to Tuvehan's clothes. Now it was a broken promise, attached to nothing, and the more she looked at it, the more it seemed to be staring back at her. Huorhun's heart skipped a beat, and a couple of tears from somewhere deep in her soul found their way over her cheeks and onto the stone floor of the dim home. The fires in the candles had gone out. So had the flames of the fireplace.
Yo, I'm back after having inhaled my food. We are ready to rumble. Just gonna make a nice cup of tea. And I hope, once again, I hope you enjoyed Calamity Part 3. And you can see it or read it there. I would probably insist that you do read it, because like I said before, it was definitely the first time that I read something out loud for a video, and I was nervous and I didn't know the tempo, and so the result of that is that it went way too fast. I do think I might need to re-upload a better version that is way less insanely fast. Let's just say it like it is. Let's go back to the music. Straight into epic music of epicness. Let's just this here. Okay. So that's so good to hear, Chapter Peter. Chapter Peter looked to believe Vesper immediately without her having to make any argument, which he thought was a nice change of pace, which she thought was a nice change of pace. I just need to check something. It's a nice change of pace. Oh my god. I did have trouble imagining you attacking an animal like that. Attacking an animal like that. But I also had to assume the worst. I don't know if that's really needed, the last part here. Had to assume the worst. Since that's a C and an E. And terrible writing. You were the only one around. You were the only one around. Maybe should he ask? I guess he should ask her if she didn't do anything to Riptide then, the other horse. Sire Brendan's horse. I hope that you didn't do anything to Sire Brendan's Riptide. Then so we of course want what's wrong way? We of course want her to we wanted to explain what happened to him, right? To Chapter Peter. That much is clear. We also need Chapter Bragi to come by. Maybe he should be the one delivering the news that Riptide has died. Maybe he comes by now, actually. That could sort of make sense, I think. Methinks. Cyber's Riptide then. Yeah, let's go with that. Vespas. Face looked more confused than ever. Than ever. Look more confused than ever. His face looked more confused than ever. Until she remembered. Until she remembered. What Squire Ronin had said, had told out in the courtyard. In the courtyard. But before She could say or ask anything. Say or ask anything. And the door went up. The wooden door. The wooden door went up. The wooden door went up, and in came Jabberjaw Bragi. Ah, good. You're awake. You're awake. Jabberjaw Bragi. Announced. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'm going to use it. Announced as he made his way into the room with another stack of books. Announced word with another stack of books. He was carrying so many. Oh, so many. So I think I want the Jabberjaw Bragi to have, like, you know, that traditional, stereotypical monk from that time period. Brother, what's he called in Robin Hood? Brother Tuck. Not now. You know, that traditional... Okay, he had less hair on his head than I imagined, but this one... Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck. You know, he has grey hair, he's a bit fat, and shaved the top of his head for some reason. That's going to be unknown. He was carrying so many that Vespa could only see the shaven top. The shaven top of his head. She had no idea. Oh wow, the atmosphere suddenly turned very, very dark, didn't it? For this rather simple chapter. She had no idea why he did that with the rest of his... Let's go with brown hair. There's a lot of brown stuff. Brown with the rest of his brown hair. Still there in a bowl cut. Still there in a bowl cut. Rest of his brown hair still there, still present. Present in a bowl cut, and every time she asked, he seemed to have a new answer. And every time, God, oh my, every time she asked, he seemed to have a new answer. A new answer. Oops. We're closing in on the third page of the day. Things are indeed going magnificent. How's the head? He asked and put. He asked as he put a stack of books down. On his bed. On his bed. Oh my god. Just write a freaking E. Between all the stacks, there was hardly any place to sleep now. Between all the books. There was hardly any place to sleep now. But Vespa remembered. Vespa did remember hearing. Did remember hearing that Chabita Pragi never slept, though, which might actually be true. Judging by the dark bags underneath his blue tinted, now just gray eyes, his all gray eyes. Don't know if this is the correct word. I think that was... That was indeed 3 pages today. We are only 7 minutes behind pace, even including food. Before Vespa could answer, Chabita Peter decided to take this one. No, Chabita Peter spoke on her behalf. So I just had to see how far we were from the chapter beginning. This feels like it could be one of the shorter chapters, which is fine because there's not going to be a whole lot of tension. It's a little reprieve, I guess you could say, in the action. I still don't think we're going to end it today, though. But it's probably going to be a nice 6, 7, 8 pages long. And then watch me tomorrow or Saturday and still be in the same chapter. She looks to be fine. Yes. He answered. A little dazed and confused. Dazed, I like that word. A little dazed and confused. With a small headache, I imagine. With a small headache. I imagine. I guess this should be woke up a little dazed and confused. That's an O, by the way. But nothing to worry about. And she perked up. When her bird Charity Peter gave an asking look. Peter gave Vespa an asking look. I don't know if that's a phrase, but we're using it. Wow. Phrase. Lemon. She answered. With the bird chiming in. Dot when Lemon. I guess he actually should know this, shouldn't he? I mean, he was taking care of her back in her room. Shouldn't he know this? When Lemon he ate a smirk arose behind the gray beard. when he... I don't know if when there needs to be there. When he... Oh, we are closing in on the end of page 104. Oh, sugar. And I'm soon running out of tea. Maybe that's why it's becoming so well, because I've just been fully tanked up on tea. Oh, would you look at that? I think we're going to reach day 23 mark today. That's going to mean that we will be 3 days ahead of schedule. Oh yeah. But let's celebrate when we get there. When he flew through her. Ah, yes. Chapita Bragi. Chapita Bragi. Said with a squinting at Lemon. Squinting. Scrutinizing. Scowling. Scowl. Yes. Scowling at Lemon. Who seemed to return the favor. Return the favor with spread wings. From Vespa's hand. From Vespa's hand. So we have a fun little, not rivalry, but you know, they don't like each other very well, very much. Well, that is good. That is good to hear. I know a certain paladin. I know a certain paladin who would not have forgiven us. Would not have forgiven us if anything terrible should have happened. Terribly should have happened. Right. Right. If anything terrible had happened, I guess. Had. And have you found out why she fought a horse? I didn't. Vesper managed to say. Now we are. Oh, we are in the crutch. Not with an crutch with an O. No, with a U. Damn it. We're in crutch country. Crutch word country again. I think with managed. Crutch is you. Before being interrupted again. Being interrupted. Again. We were just talking about that. We were just talking about that. Chapter Peters answered. Peter answered. With slight hidden glee. That's too much, isn't it? Glee is like, it's like woo, yay, hooray, celebration-y. Great joy, jubilant delight. Delight could be a good word, I think. Cheerfulness could also be one. Yeah. Slight hidden glee. Cody is back. Hey dude, work meetings are over for the day, so I'm back. How much longer do you think you'll be streaming? I'll be streaming like a couple of hours, 1.5, 2 hours more. Welcome back. It's amazing to have you here. But yeah, I want to write at least five, maybe 5.5 pages, handwritten pages. So, and we have like what? Something like this is 3, right? This is like half. We started there. This is half. 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4. What? So like 1 down here, 2 down here, 3 down here, and then a half. Yeah, we had 3.5. Right, that makes more sense. So yeah, like 1.5, 2 hours for 1.5, 2 pages. That's what I'll be streaming. That seems to be a nice amount. Get a little bit ahead every day from what I have to write, which is 4.6 handwritten pages according to my average that I've calculated. And yeah, I know I won't be writing really, definitely not streaming on the last Saturday. I was planning on not writing or streaming on the last Sunday, the very last day, but I actually hope and think I am going to manage to stream on the 30th. It just would feel pretty bad to have done such a cool challenge and done it really well, if I should say so myself, and then, you know, not be live streaming on the last day. That would be a bit anticlimactic, I feel like. So that is my clear intention right now. Answer with slight hidden glee. And it turns out that our friend here, feisty friend? Yeah, let's go with feisty. Didn't attack. Whoops. Didn't attack. That poor animal. Right, that was page 104, and we're moving on to 105. Yoink. And look at that. We are 1.5 page away, somewhat, from day 23, the day 23 marker. Isn't that just nice and lovely? Attack that poor animal. That is good to hear. That is good to hear. Oh, how do you say that? Stem I. feel like we've looked it up before. Okay. Oh, never mind. That was also the wrong the wrong scene. Chapter Bragi. Agreed. As he took his chair, removing the books, the book stack, of course, stack of books. First, of course. That's not how you spell a course. Of course. Good. Removing the book stack first, of course. And sat on it by the bed. Where Vespa was recovering. So what did happen? What did actually happen? Who put the knife into the poor horse's rump? Rear. Chapter Peter. Before realizing he didn't actually know. Before realizing that he didn't actually know. We were just getting to that. You could say something like Vespa had an urge to ask if it was her turn, but she kept it in. She didn't. She actually liked both of those chapters. Oh, sugar. My neck. How does where we started line up with the date 20? Wow, okay. Where we started lines exactly up with the date 23 marker. That's weird. Strange and funny. Those are the types of question that you ask yourself when you're in doubt of what to write. We were just getting to that. Actually, I know what to write. I just said it. Vespa had an urge to sarcastically. I mean, she hasn't been sarcastic before. She's been pretty feisty and upfront, but not sarcastic. Vespa. Personality. Ask whether or not it was her turn now to talk. Whether or not it was her turn to speak now. Turn to speak now. But she she buried that urge. No, she denied that urge. No, she guess she looked past it. There's definitely an actual phrase for that. Phrase. Actually quite liked both of the chapters. Actually quite liked both of the chapters. Yeah. I think I just realized that Lemon was on her head and not on her hand, wasn't he? Yeah, he was on her head. You can see up here. Flew to Vesper's Crimson Top instead. I mean, that could have said head. Head. I was asking Brendan about the drowners, the drow. Vesper stopped herself. From saying anything more. Saying anything more. I would probably need a good reason as to why she wouldn't try to convince. And I feel like a good reason would be Vesper. Like, she just can't handle another rejection, right? At least not right now. I think that's an alright reason. At least for now. About what she had sought out the son of the evening for. She didn't need two more people who wouldn't believe her. I feel like this paragraph, this segment of the chapter probably needs some revision, especially if the knife that was in the butt of the horse could be like a ceremonial knife that she delivered earlier. Because then Vesper could be like, oh, it's Sire Brendan, and then they could talk about Riptide, actually, the horse, Sire Brendan's horse, actually dying. And then she would be like, why would Sire Brendan do that to his own horse, own beloved horse? And that could be the reason for her not telling what was going on, right? Or what she thinks. Because she's thinking about... she's even questioning herself if it might be true or not. I think that could work. Though I am not entirely sure. But let's go with this for now. Let's go here and say rethink. Rethink reason? Question mark? Question mark? Yeah. I was talking to Sire Brendan. When Squire Ronin, I'm really not sure about Sire and Squire. Those are two a little bit strange words to have in the same universe when they're so close to each other. Maybe I'm just gonna go with Sir, either with an I or an E. I do like Sire though. Is there a different word for squire? Squire. Oh. No, not square. Gallant? Esquire. Gallant. A fashionable young man who's polite and attentive. Alright. Page. I guess it could be page. Someone was a servant. Is a yeoman. Laird. Landowner. Apprentice is there as well. No. Let's not dwell on it. I'm definitely not going to change it as we write the first draft. Said that something had happened to Riptide. Something had happened to Riptide. And then he left. After he said I could have I do think there's a little bit of a different, strange thing, I guess you could say. Like, Vespa is so suspicious of Sire Brendan that he's a bad dude, but she has no trouble taking his armor. And I feel like I should at least lampshade that at some point earlier, probably in the other chapter where she receives it. Could have his gauntlet. She suddenly realized. It's such a crutch phrase. She suddenly realized. Crutch with a U. That she didn't have her new piece of armor. Where's my gauntlet? Where's my gauntlet? She asked with a little slight flimsy, thin, slender, slim, with minor, modest. I'm looking for minor panic, subtle panic. Let's go with mild panic. Also because I think it's fun to put those two words together, mild and panic. With mild panic. Worried that someone might have already taking it from her. It's right there. Chapter Peter. Pointed to the bed space behind her. Whoa, what? Wait a minute. That was the last of this ink cartridge. What on earth? That was sudden. Well, I guess we have been talking about that the lettering, the writing has been has been thicker than usual. Huh. So this was one of the lousier ones. Given how it didn't even last. Given how it didn't even last for 15 pages like the other one. It was close though. We are on page 105 and I think we changed it at page 91 or something like that. Anyway, we have a new one right here. Oh. And then we'll just yoink it back in place and spit off. Nope, that was also wrong. So this way. Yes, that was better. I don't know why. I just want the lammy part here to be to be on the top. I honestly don't know why. Except unless Lammy, if you want to sponsor me, hey, hashtag please. I would love it. Let's just go with here 05. No, that's right. 03. 65. Sudden ink change plus sponsor. Sponsor, please. I was, and we're off again, wondering where you had gotten that from. Though it was a good, though it was a good, though it was a good thing you had it. That hoof looked to have hit it pretty hard. Hit the steel pretty hard. So who knows what might have happened? Who knows what might have happened? Who knows what might have happened otherwise? All right, I think that was 4 pages today, or is it? Oh, it might be on the next line. So it's on the next line. So close, but it's going well. We have pretty much caught up to our food break, pace-wise. Though I might also be in rambling country, and I don't know. There's no way to tell really. Vesper turn around on the bed. To see her plate, steel plate. It's supposed to say steel, not stole, whatever that was. Steel plate. Gauntlet. Lying nice and tidy next to her. Don't know if that makes much sense, but I'm going to write it anyway. Nice and tidy. Next to her. The forearm. Oh my god. Had a very clear dent. Hoof shaped. It's a bit strange way of phrasing, putting that together, but yeah, you know. It's good to be a little strange sometimes. In it. She took it up. She took it up to examine it further. She couldn't help but be a little saddened. Couldn't help but feel a little sad. Help but feel both a little saddened and proud. I don't know, proud. Let's just go with feel a little saddened. That it wasn't as new and shiny anymore. As new and shiny looking anymore. Don't look at it that way, someone said. What is that word? What the hell? How did I spell that? Worry it. Oh my freaking god. That's terrible. I don't know how I noticed that just now. I don't know how I wrote it in the first place. Worry it. God. Terrible spelling. 0405. Worry it. Why didn't you guys warn me? Say, hey dude, how can you be such a terrible speller? And I would have been like, what are you talking about? I'm an amazing speller, and you would have pointed it out, and I would have turned off the stream to go hide in my cave under my bridge. Yeah, it was probably better that you didn't say it. Don't worry. So I just want Peter to console her a little bit and say like, now it has battle scars. Don't look like that, Chavita, Peter. Consoled. He could apparently. Cody is saying spelling is an editing problem. I can't tell you how many words I came across and think, who wrote this? It was me. I wrote this. You know what I find the worst? It's when I, for example, when I start the live stream and, you know, I read a little bit of what I wrote, what I ended up with yesterday to sort of get back into things. And there are so many words that I just don't write. I don't even misspell them. They're just missing. And I'm like, what's happening? Because I know as I'm live streaming, I'm saying every word that I want to write out loud. And then I just don't. There's so many as or the that's missing, but also like longer words. So sometimes I'm just reading it back and I'm like, what was this supposed to say? I find that so strange that I can say something out loud, know what I want to write, and then just skip a word entirely. It's the weirdest thing. I do the same, says Cody. Helps me get back in the flow. Also, yes to missing the words. Sometimes my mind gets ahead of hand and I'll skip random words. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's just so strange. My hands. See, I did it there too. Thanks. I'll take that as a I'll take that as a little bit of a gentleman, you know. You didn't have to do it, but you were just like, don't worry, I'll be a gentleman. I'll show you that it's not just a you problem. So thank you so much for that, Cody. I'm gonna write that down. That might turn into a short form video. I hope you're ready for that. 09 missing words. Ink chat, including chat. He could apparently
see.
What she was thinking. It's just battle scarred now. It's just battle scarred now. It's showing it's showing how you. It's a badge of honor. It's a badge of honor. Showcasing how it saved your life, how it saved your life. That's a U. Actually, let's just have a full stop. Let's say, I bet Cyanea. He would, of course, know that she loves the adventures of Cyanea. I bet Cyanea's armor. Is full of dents and what's a different word for dent? Dent and notches and scratches and indentation, cavities. Let's just go with scratch. Maybe we can look that up. Scribbles, prick, scroll, incision, scars, chafes, nudge. Let's just go with scratch. He said in an attempt to cheer her up. Whoops, that's not supposed to be there. Look at how close we are to finishing page 105. Oh my goodness, this is going so well. And it works. Vespers, copper eyes. Lit up. as she looked at her armor piece. Not piece of armor, but armor piece. I don't know if that's in 2 words or 1 word. Armor piece. It's in 2 words. Yeah. Now she wouldn't want to get rid of it. Wouldn't want to get rid of the dent for anything in the world. Anything in the world. Why would Sire Brendan just give it to you? Give that gauntlet. To you though? Chapiter Bragi. Chapiter Bragi. Asked with skepticism. Skepticism. Oh, that's with a C, isn't it? Skepticism. I believe it is. Oh, hello. Skepticism. Yes. It most certainly is. You're not old enough to get a piece of armor yet, are you? Isn't that only for squires? Isn't only for squirehood in its later stages? That's a weird sentence. That's a weird phrasing. In its later stages. Weird. I brought him his regular I brought him his regular gauntlet. The ornamented one. The ornamented one, which there we have it, page 105. Miri the Phoenix. Well, hello Miri the Phoenix. Judging from your channel picture, it's Phoenix Storm, isn't it? Welcome, hello, how is everyone today? Everyone is doing great. I don't know, I think I'm doing great. I'm doing amazing. Compared to yesterday, we are ahead of pace. So that is awesome. I feel like things are just flowing so smoothly. We got half a page until day 23 marker, so we'll be at least 3 days ahead at the end of this stream. Mir saying why I am under that name, lol, always. Tis I. Okay, good. Good to know I wasn't making a complete fool of myself. The ornamented one, which matches the rest of his armor, which matches the rest of his armor. That he threw at me. The one that he threw at me in the temple. In the temple and oh yes. Ah yes. Chapter Bragi. Said I remember him complaining about that. Him complaining about that. He wasn't happy. When Sayafaya told him that you needed to bring it back on your own. Bring it back on your own. He wasn't happy when I brought it to him. He wasn't happy when I brought it to him. To him either. But he yelled that I could have could have this one. As he went to the stables. Dot, dot, dot. I see. Chapter Bragi. Could hardly contain his chuckle. And then what happened? And then what happened? Well, Ronin, Squire Ronin, and I talked a little bit and when he went, hey, that was one of those instances where we just didn't say he, didn't write he. When he went back to the stables as well, back to the stables. The brown horse suddenly came running towards me. In complete panic. Complete panic. Okay. Why didn't you move? Why didn't you move out of the way? Why didn't you move out of the way? Vespa was suddenly very very self-conscious. That's a why. Very self-conscious. Self-conscious. Is that how you spell that? Self-conscious. No, it was not how you spelled that. There's a little S in there. It's actually a hyphen too. Interesting. Oh, you can't see that. Damn it. That was the first time today. Conscious. About the fact that she had been unable to move. She had been completely unable to move. Completely unable to move. Completely unable to move. When the terrified horse had threatened her life. That sounds like it was intentional by the horse, so probably not. When the horse had come for her life. That sounds even more like it was intentional. Her had come galloping. I mean, we already said came running up here, but I don't know what that was. Suddenly that my throat started became ticklish. Galloping. Had come galloping. Right towards her. I couldn't. She didn't acknowledge, she confessed. and looked to the gauntlet in her lap. There was no could also say the happiness had disappeared from her. Let's go with something like that. The happiness, happy, had disappeared. From her mood. Look at how close we are to 3 days ahead. Oh my god. You shouldn't worry about it. Worry about that. Chavita Bragi consoled. She is a bit consoled. I guess Vesper is a little bit very happy, quite sad. It's a bit of a roller coaster. I don't know if that totally makes sense, but I don't think any child wouldn't be scared. Any child wouldn't be scared in a situation like that. Situation like that. Lemon agreed with a few consoling tweets, consoling whistles. We have consoled up there, so let's just looking down from Vesper's head. That says head, not hand. Just wanted to make that clear. And let's move this out of the way. Yes, 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 yes. And you did manage to defend yourself, and you did manage to defend yourself. In the end. Chimed was the word I was looking for. It came chiming in from Chapter Peter. Peter. Vesper wasn't quite sure if she bought any of that. So she had, of course, shielded herself just in time. That was day 23. Will you look at that? The day 23 marker on day 20. And that's 5 pages, by the way. That exact marker is also 5 pages for today. And we're over 15 minutes ahead of pace. That is wild. That, I think, is wild. 44. Day 23 marker. That is wild because I think I spent the first half hour in a nice chat with Cody in the chat, and I only like the half an hour had gone by, and I just like managed to write these. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 10 lines or something like that. So it's just been going smoothly from there, basically. So let's continue. I kind of want to go beyond 2,000 words today. We have been just below the other days, which has been like what? That's been 14 lines. Oh, no. What am I doing? 12 lines, 14 lines. So what is that? If that's 14, how much would we need? How many would we need? We would need, let's try 20. Okay, 20, 19. 19 is also, okay, so 19 lines. There we go. Good to know. And what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. Well, we can definitely do that. There's 17 lines to the rest of this page. And we go on for like half an hour more, maybe a little more. Sweet. But she couldn't help but think that heroes like Cyaniel and paladins wouldn't have been scared and frozen up, wouldn't have been scared. No. Scared. Frozen in place. Yoink. Place, frozen place. What? Wow. What about Riptide? Vespa asked, trying to change the subject a little bit. Just trying to change the subject. The subject away from her, from herself. Is he going to be all right? I just sort of realized that we of course need to pivot this conversation. We're in chapter 9 right now. We need to pivot the conversation here from that the poison had killed Riptide, the horse, and Vesper can't believe Sire Brendan would do that. And then Bragi and Peter are going to discuss that there are missing ingredients from the temple stores. Maybe, I think we need to have a flower, like a nightshade-ish flower. Something dangerous, right? Something that can be used for sedation, but in too much it's lethal. That has been used to kill Riptide. But we need to pivot that conversation into this son of the evening subplot. It just sort of hit me that I don't really know how to do that. But I also don't think we're going to get to that point tonight. That might be tomorrow. Tomorrow. Is he going to be alright? Alright. Yes. Did you hear anything? Tabitha Bragi. Would he say Tabitha in like an informal setting here? Title. Tabitha Bragi. Tabitha Peter, especially because we have Tabitha here. Now, another word for chimed in. Chimed in. Chime in. Joined. Let's go with joined. Oh my god, so many Tabithas. At least the word. Tabitha. Shifted his large body, his... Let's go with large. It's fat. His large body and got an even more serious than what? Even more serious look. Whoops. On his another word for fat. On his chubby. Yeah, chubby is not bad. Safty. Is that an actual word? Wow, plump face. Plump is actually pretty good. Plump face. plump, clean shaven. Yes. I just heard. I just heard from who did you hear that? Who did he hear that from? The High Chapter. From the High Chapter. Whoops, I just heard from the High Chapter that something. He held a brief. He paused. Not held, he just paused. He paused. That Slayer Brendan's Riptide did not make it through the night. Did not. Actually, we don't know what time it is here. Did not make it. Through the night. I think it actually should be nighttime here. Time. Look at how close we are to page 106 being done. Whoop, whoop. Both Jupiter, Peter, and Vespa looked quite shocked. With lemon giving a tweet as if asking what happened. This as if asking what had happened. Riptide had been his always feisty self. Feisty self, except for except for towards a select few people. A select few people. Sire Brendan. And Vespa included in that. Just the day before. And given how he was a prize stallion, given how he was the prized warhorse, horse and stallion, those should probably be switched around. Of Black River's Keep. Isn't it just beautiful when you write two R's and a V in the same word and you can't actually tell the three letters apart? Switch, switch and switch. Given, did I say given? Riptide was always not pampered, but given the best care. By the stapler. Is that a word? I don't think that's a word. Stable worker. Let's go with that instead. Let's go with workers. Yoink. Do we know the cause? He could ask. They didn't have to say anything, to say anything before chapter Bragi continued. Bragi continued. That was page 106. Apparently we might only be missing 2 lines until we're reaching 2,000 words today. 107. Will you look at that? Okay. Let's just write a little bit more and then we'll end for today. We have crossed this 5-hour mark of our live stream. Of course, but we have done so in great stride today. Definitely. Like almost half an hour-ish ahead of pace. I'm very proud of that. Apparently, they never could get him back up. Never could get him back up. Ooh, maybe we could have a little reference to something that was discussed in my short story Danger, the Ill Omen. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Do they know what caused it? I guess you should say terrible first. Terrible. Everyone can see that says terrible. Uh, 508 509. Do they know it's Christmas? Chapter Peter asked Chapter. Chapter Peter asked. That was apparently 2,000 words. Oh yeah. But let's just make sure and write a little bit more. Also, since things are going so well. No. Apparently, it was like a sleep that he couldn't wake up from. It. Let's go with it. wake up from. Vesper didn't like when the adults called animals for it. When Riptide or Lemon were he were hims were his or a he, I don't know about that. Let's go with tense. She felt quite sad. About not being able to give Riptide to sneak Riptide an apple from Sister Miriam's kitchen. Sister Miriam. Kitchen anymore. But she also felt angry. That Sire Brendan would do this to his own horse. It had to have been him. Bonk. It had to have been him. The high chap Peter said it was an is an ill omen. Chapter Bragi continued. Bragi continued. Well, not the ill omen. presume. Asked with much skepticism. Much doubt. The ill omen is said to be a child. To be a man. A servant of Jehela itself. No. Chabita Bragi agreed. Chabita Bragi Agra. And we're going to end it there, guys, the live stream, yonk. Because that was a mighty big, mighty good, mighty great live stream. Many pages were written. Almost 6 pages, to be honest. That's pretty cool. I think definitely 2,000 words, but let's have a count, shall we? With the master sort of counting here. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. 4 and a 5. Wow. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is actually 5 written. 5 full pages here. So I guess we could just count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, it's actually 19. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Actually only 9 lines away from 6 pages. But I will still end here because let's not overdo it. We are well ahead already. So we go in here, we take this formula, we go up to the lines and say 30 lines. And that means we've written 2,100 pages. Miri is saying, that's amazing. Got some good flow going on. I like it. I'm hoping it can rub on to me. I hope so too. That is at least my hope and goal with doing these live streams. Besides, of course, making the book myself, my own book myself. But, you know, as always, I believe in you. But that means we're at 38,668 words by day 20. That means we'll be at 40,000 tomorrow, most likely, unless something crazy happens. So why don't we update our good frame here? So day 19 progress needs to be updated. And the progress goes to 38,668 as it says right there. And let's go to the progress bar and update that. Edit. And the progress bar is going to be at the position pixel number 307 from the top. And we bring back the jewel. It's spinning. And it needs to be at 270. Oh. Well, will you look at that? Isn't that a great and an amazing definitely not start with 20 days in. Isn't that a great and an amazing gap we have? That's what I wanted to say. Between where we're supposed to be and where we actually are. That was it for the 20th of November, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here, for riding alongside of me, for having great chats in the chat. It is always much appreciated. Tomorrow we begin the countdown. It is 10 days left from tomorrow. Cody says, great progress today. I've got a little bit left to go for today, but great progress so far. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I believe in you. I definitely believe in you. And it sounds like a truly great book that you are writing. So keep going. Yes. Thank you guys so much for today. Remember to like the live stream if you haven't already. It really helps a lot. And the same does for subscribing if you haven't. It would mean a lot to me personally as well. So just getting that out there. And last but not least, remember that we write our own stories, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.